I'm Armando Guaya Jr., President for the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This board workshop is being conducted pursuant to Governor Greg Abbott's suspension of certain open meeting law requirements to the extent necessary to allow for telephonic and video conference meetings in response to COVID-19. Notice of this meeting had been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by the use of Google Meets and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. The recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 5:30, and I call this workshop to order. I'll now begin a roll call for board members present. Although a quorum is not required, we will acknowledge those that are present. Signify your presence by saying here or present when I call your name. Mr. Andrew Gonzalez.
Present.
Mrs. Jackie Susaita.
Present.
Mr. Isidro Nieto.
Present.
Coach Jesse Trevino.
Present.
Mark de los Santos.
Present.
And Dr. Jaime Rodriguez. Okay. Item 2, public comments. We have none. Let's go to item 3 now. Discussion on current and future graduation systems, class ranking, GPA, and basics. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees will be presenting this evening for your information and discussion our policy on graduation requirements to include class rank, GPA, and other basic information. We rely heavily on district policy. In this case, it's EIC local, which was approved by the Board of Trustees in June 2019 at a board meeting. We do have our 2 high school principals for our large traditional high schools, Mrs. Yvette Morales from Weslaco High School and Dr. David Gamboa from Weslaco East High School, along with our college and career readiness specialist and counselor of Weslaco East High School, Ms. Carrie Bullich. So to present. So I will turn it over to our high school principals.
President, Coach, Player, and board members, thank you for having us. So today we're going to be reviewing it's an orientation for our board members on class rank and graduation honors. And again, we're referring to IEC local. We'll go ahead and begin with our first slide. Was somebody going to put it up there, Carlos? Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Canales, Coach White, members of the board. One of the things that we're going to go ahead and discuss today is our current graduation plans that with WSA follows. And as you can see on the slide that's being displayed, we currently follow 2 different credit for the classes that are currently housed at both comprehensive high schools. For the class of 2021 and 2022. So can you change it to the next slide? There you go. For the class of 2021 and 2022, we're looking for the foundation plans in order for them to be able to graduate under the foundation plan. We're looking at them to be able to attain 23 credits. And for the class of 2023 and thereafter, we're looking at them to be able to attain 22 credits in order for them to graduate under the foundation plan. For a student to graduate under the foundation with endorsements for the class of 2021 and 2022, we are looking at them to be able to earn a total of 27 credits. And for the class of 2023 and beyond, we're talking about 26 credits overall. For a student to attain a distinguished level of achievement, we're talking a total of 27 credits for the class of 2021 and 2022. And for the class of 2023 and thereafter, we're talking about 26 total credits. Next slide, sir.
So just a brief overview, you will notice that we did reduce the number of credits needed to graduate it. Weslaco for many, many years went above and beyond what the state required, and we were requiring our students to graduate with 23 credits. So that is what we currently have for the graduating class for this year and next year. But for our class of 2023, which is currently our sophomores, next year's juniors, they will only need 22 credits, and we will be lined up with the state requirement. And just a brief overview, just so that to ensure that everybody has an understanding, a semester is half a credit, and a year will earn them a whole credit. Because we do have some classes that are only one semester, whether it be in the fall and the spring, and students earn half a credit for that. But a year-long course will give them 1 credit. And again, just right there underneath, you have the number of credits needed, depending on which graduation plan the students are going to graduate, whether it's the foundation with endorsements, and then also for them to get the DLA endorsement.
Also, keep in mind that there's 2 types of courses that our students can go ahead and take while they're enrolled at any of the high schools. There's a weighted course and there's a non-weighted course. A non-weighted course is a course that currently has a weight of 1.0, which is a regular class. A weighted course, as you can see by the description there, is an honors class as a weight, or a pre-AP class as a weight of 1.1. A dual or non-core has a 1.15. An AP course has a 1.25. A dual course has a 1.25. And that's not just exclusive to certain classes. It's also for students who are currently part of the early college high school, or are taking a dual class but are not part of dual college high school, but are also part of the on-ramps, which is part of the UT system. As you can see, there's a little sign under that's after the dual non-core. Those are only applicable for the class of 2021 and 2022. And that's because EIC local was modified for the class of 2023 and beyond to only include, and we're going to go a little bit more in depth as we go through the slides. So the dual non-core only applies to the students who are part of the class of 2021 and 2022.
So there's an extensive process on how we verify GPA that's tied into ranking, and we are going to go ahead and ask Ms. Carrie Bolich to review that with you all.
Okay, so the verification process for GPA is done by counselors at each high school, and the students, after each semester when grades are posted, we get a transcript for the student, and we get what's called a GPA log. And the GPA logs, we check them after each semester, so the new logs would just have the previous semester. What we do is we compare that log to the transcript, and it's gone through line by line to make sure it matches exactly. We make sure that all the courses that are counting for GPA are on the log. We make sure that they're coded correctly and that they're weighted correctly. And then generally when there's errors in the GPA, it's based on the course being set up in the master schedule not correctly. And so whatever's needs to be corrected, we fix it, we generate a new log. Technology generates a new log. And we just keep on going through that process until we have verified and corrected all the errors. And then once we have everything verified, we ask technology to recalculate our GPA and to calculate our rank. And then once it's all done, we freeze that semester so that changes cannot be made that might affect the GPA in the future. That's, yep.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, sir. So our current rank policy for the class of 21 and class of 22 includes most of the courses that are taken at the high school level. There are some exclusions that are not part of this policy of the CIC local, which are the classes that are just pass or fail, courses that are credit that is earned through a credit by exam, distance learning courses, and there's a distance learning course is offered as a course option along with the traditional courses, which pretty much means if the class is not being offered by one of our teachers or one of our professors through STC, it is not being used for for credit, or I'm sorry, for rank. As far as AP and dual courses that count towards English and math, science and social studies, high school credits are given the same weight to the students of class of 2020 and after. Any AP class or dual pre-AP honors and advanced CATE course is also used as a weighted course. For the class of 2021 and 2020, 2021 and 2022, the class of 2023 and after that, the advanced CATE courses are not being used as a weighted class. And all rank for seniors is calculated at the end at the fall semester for their senior year.
So then we take all this information and we have different recognition. So currently, and what we've been doing for many years, and these next two classes, 2021 and 2022, and you might ask why. The reason is because when we adopted and approved this policy, these were the students that were freshmen. So anytime that you change policy, it's going to impact the students that come in for that grade level. So our 21, 22, those are our last graduating classes that fell under the other one. So what we currently do, bullet number 1 there, is that we provide ranking to students throughout different several points of their high school career. After their freshman year, during their sophomore year, they'll get their first one, and then thereafter. We also have our infamous billboard, our top 10 billboard, where we recognize our top 10 students from both comprehensive high schools. We also have our top 25. We have a big countdown and recognize all our top 25. We reveal that at the honors programs, at a banquet, at assemblies, and also at graduation. And then our honor graduates are also recognized at what we normally would have traditionally had. We call it a banquet because it's an actual sit-down dinner where we have the parents attend with the students. And then also at graduation, the students get to wear an honor graduate stole that sets them aside from the other students.
So when we started discussing as to what is it that we were going to do, as to why we were going to go ahead and consider revising our current EIC local policy, one of the things that we wanted to make sure is that we wanted to ensure that every student in Weslaco ISD had the opportunity to take the same courses so that we won't favor anybody, any type of group or any type of students in particular. So we wanted to make sure that the class rank policy does not favor any student, and there should be an equal opportunity for every student that's enrolled at Weslaco ISD to have a high rank. Students should, one of the things that we were noticing is that a lot of the students that were currently in their classes were taking classes that were pretty much focused on them being able to increase their rank instead of them focusing on classes that were going to go ahead and prepare them for their post-secondary education or classes that they were going to enjoy. Instead of taking classes that they were good for them, not good for them, but they were going to enjoy, they were more worried on focusing on ensuring they had a higher rank instead of focusing on classes that were going to prepare them for either college or whatever university they were going to attend. One of the things that we noticed that based on the conversations that we were having with students that were leaving was like, sir, or ma'am, I should have taken this class instead of this class because of the fact that this class would have prepared me for college instead of me just worried about my rank. So that's one of the reasons why we decided to oversee or revise EIC local to kind of focus on what we're talking about right now. We also wanted to make sure that we provide a special recognition for all students who have earned a GPA of 100 or higher. And we want to make sure that we give students the opportunity to explore other interests instead of just focusing on rank, so that they can go ahead and have time to make sure that they focus on if their interest is athletics, if it's career in technology, or if it's fine arts.
Dr. Gamboa,
Yes, sir.
I know you mentioned that, but let me gather my question. Kids that are taking, or students that are taking athletics do have to work a little harder because their classes are not weighted anymore, or there's a lot of wasted classes that they're taking, correct?
I don't know what you mean by wasted classes.
Well, they don't get any type of weight. They don't
Like
get any
regular
type
weight?
of credit anymore.
No, and that's one of the things we wanted to make sure, that students who were participating in athletics, they have the opportunity to take those rigorous courses if they need to, you know what I mean? But at the same time, if they want to continue exploring the athletic aspect of education, they can continue going that route instead of them just being worried about their rank and they want to make sure that the classes that they take are part of they're interested in those classes that they take.
So And I'm asking for input. I want to make sure that just because you are in athletics, you're not being, not singled out, but not having the opportunity to be in the top 10, to raise your scores because of the different, I say waste. I mean, you're taking an athletics class that you're not getting any more credits for, I think since your junior year and your senior year. Is that correct?
No, you can still get credit for
Correct.
PE. You're only required to have one.
Correct. The credits are still there.
But this policy says no electives count in your GPA. So you don't have to be afraid to go and take some elective that you want to take because you're afraid it's going to lower your GPA if you don't get 100. That's that. So kids can be in athletics without it lowering their GPA because of whatever score they might get in the class.
But because they're opting to take athletics, now, does that give an advantage to the other student that's taking
Just the opposite.
more classes?
It's
Only the core counts in the GPA.
correct. Only the core area classes count on the GPA for the class of 2023 and beyond. Right now, every class is being used. For the English, math, science, and social studies, which is one of the reasons why we wanted to make sure that every student gets the opportunity to take all the classes that they need and not be affected at all, which is one of the reasons why we discussed it and we were able to.
So is this taking place now in 2023, or was that taking place 2020 and?
It became effective for WASD for the class of 2023 and beyond. It was approved in 2019, which are current sophomores.
Right.
So when those eighth graders transferred to Weslaco East or Weslaco I or CT Early College, this is the policy that they're following.
Yeah, the other students before 2019, is it 2019,
Which is
2020?
the class of 2020 and
They
2021
fall into the old policy,
policy.
kind of like when you enter college, you fall under whatever catalog and program that
Yes.
existed. But it will be changing, Mr. Trevino, so that they do have opportunities to take classes that they want to take
Correct.
for their endorsements, for their interests, for their future college plans or
Correct.
career plans, without it impacting their GPA.
GPA.
But that began with the class of 2023.
So currently, the classes that are graduating right now, they're not graduating under this plan. They're graduating
Yeah,
under the old
under the
plan, which
prior
means
plan.
that all the classes that are available count towards their
Counted.
GPA.
So, okay, so it does answer my question, then those kids were getting, I don't want to say punished, but because they want to be active, they want to be well-rounded,
Mhm.
those other students are able to catch, or are able to make ground on them, by taking the academic classes that these students aren't able to take, correct?
So now it opens it up for everybody. It opens it up.
You got to remember that the courses that are weighted, the dual enrollment and the AP, all students have an opportunity to take it. Yes, because now they're taking athletics, but now the other, I'm assuming the elective courses will not count in the GPA, correct?
Mhm.
But
Well, for the 23 and on, the elective.
Right,
courses
that's
are
what I'm
not.
saying. But every student has the opportunity to take AP classes or dual enrollment
Correct,
classes,
correct.
which is the weighted classes, whether they're athletes or band or whatever, they still have that opportunity.
And then next year, with the double skinny periods,
Oh, yes.
that creates even more opportunities for children that want to be part of an athletics program for 4 years or fine arts program for 4 years to have equal access to
Correct.
courses.
We want to make sure that those students don't get quote unquote punished. So we
Right.
want to make sure that we open up as many opportunities as possible for our students. If they want to focus on athletics, if they want to focus on fine arts, on CTE, whatever it is that they're interested in, we want to make sure that they kind of focus their attention on that as well and not just worry about their GPA and whatever their rank or whatever it is that they're going to make.
The position that everybody's in right now, students that'll be graduating this year, were aware of how the ranking system works and would pretty much choose whether or not they were going to be involved in extracurricular based on what their interests were in terms of class rank. And everybody was very well informed so that there'd be no confusion about what's going on.
So next, we're going to talk a little bit about the timeline and how we came about this decision. It started in 2019 in March. We met as campus leaders and we reviewed what our current policy was, and we talked about what possible options we might have. And we looked at what other districts were doing. We came up with a plan. During the month of April, we presented a draft of changes to the campuses. We got feedback from our staff. Both Dr. Gamboa and I met with a group of students between 9th and 12th grade from all different levels, and we got their input. We documented all their information. And then at the end of April, we met to discuss feedback from the campuses. We scheduled meetings also with the incoming 8th grade parents to gather their feedback. And then throughout the month of May, we also held parent meetings to provide them information on the proposed changes we were making and why.
And then also throughout the month of May, one of the things that we did, we went ahead and revised the plan as needed on the feedback that we received from both from the parents and students or the scheduled meetings that we had. On June 10th, we were able to have the first and the final reading of revised DAC policy on board agenda. On June and July, the course catalog was revised for the class of 2023. In August, we were able to update our high school staff on any changes that were done while they were out. And also the first 6 weeks of the 2019-22 school year, there was a student orientation so they can know how it was going to go ahead and be affected.
And so then these are some of the highlights that we have for the class of 2023 and thereafter. We're going to go ahead, and this was already in policy. IEC allows us to calculate their final rank at the end of the first semester of their senior year. And the reason we do that at the end of the first semester after their senior year is because many of our students take STC dual enrollment courses, whether it be with STC or UT Austin, our on-ramps courses. And those classes, sometimes we experience difficulty and stress in our students when we didn't have a final grade for them until the end of the spring semester. So we ended up agreeing that at the end of the fall, we would pick up that one grade, and students are aware of this. And then we would only weight the state recognized courses that would count towards what we call the core classes, which is your English, math, science, and social studies. We weighted the AP, dual enrollment, pre-AP, and honors, and we started calling them different tiers, where tier 1 is going to be your highest, and that's going to be your AP and dual courses that weigh 1.25. Tier 2 is going to be 1.5. And tier 3 is 1.10, your eligible pre-AP and honor courses, and 1.5 for tier 4 advanced career courses. And then the last tier is just the weight of 1 point, which is your regular courses. The other thing that we discussed was that rank is not disclosed to students and or parents. Instead of going with ranking, what we are going to give our 2023 and thereafter is they're going to get their own GPA. They're going to get their grade point average. Again, one of the things that we've noticed is that kids were having a lot of stress, and they were always trying to see what number they were and trying to see what classes maybe they had to take without really having an interest, or quitting, whether it be band or athletics, or not taking a fun elective that they might want to grow in because of their ranking. And we always had students like trying to figure out, if I'm 10, I want to move to 11. And I'm 25, I need to move up to 10. So we decided, let's encourage our students to challenge themselves and take advantage of all the opportunities that Weslaco ISD has. So with that being said, GPA, we recommended at that point that we move to recognize our students using the Latin honor system, which is the Summa, Magna, and Cum Laude graduates. So this would mean that we would notify of inclusion for the top 10 that's required. We do need to identify who the top 10% are for automatic admission to different universities. We will provide rank. We will provide rank to students and to parents if it's requested. And there's a form that we have for that. And then we would also, by law, we have to identify and announce our valedictorian and salutatorian.
Is that different than prior years? I think weren't students told what their ranking is at the end of their junior year and things like that?
Yeah, and what would happen in the past was that whenever a student, we had different times during the semesters where we were able to disclose rank. So when a student goes up to the counselors and ask for the rank, at that point, we were able to give them the rank that they currently have at that particular point in time. However, as we know, as time goes by and the years go by, rank changes throughout. You know what I mean? It's not final until the end of the fall semester of their senior year. That's when it becomes final. You know, so one of the things that we did, which is what Ms. Morales was saying, is that when we went ahead and discussed it, we went ahead and talked about what is it we can do so that we can have students not really focus on the rank itself, but be able to take advantage of the array of classes that are currently available here at Weslaco ISD, which is why we as a committee, we decided to move forward and focus on the Latin honor system, which is the summa cum laude, the magna cum laude, and the cum laude. As you can see on that slide that's currently being displayed, anybody who graduates under a summa cum laude has to have a 100+ average. And what we mean by no rounding is that if you have a 99.5, you stay as a magna cum instead of as a summa cum laude because of the rounding that we currently have on the system. As far as magna cum laude, we have anybody who earns a 95 to a 99. And as far as
That's on the next slide, correct? That information?
correct, can you change the slide? Sorry. Sorry. And as far as a cum laude, it's anybody who has a 90 to a 94 average. Anybody else that has a lower than a 94 is just one of our regular graduates. Obviously, we have to by law notify or identify the val and the sal, but those are we're gonna continue with the val and the sal. But instead of identifying rank, we're gonna go ahead and start recognizing the students by summa, magna, and cum laude. And that's completes our presentation. Do you have any?
What are the pros and
questions?
cons to doing it that way, to doing, designating
Mhm.
and identifying students as summa and doing it?
Well, as far as pros and cons, like we were talking before, one of the things is that we want to make sure that the students are able to explore, not just focus on the rank itself. We want to make sure that they explore classes that are available. So if I'm interested in the arts, I take other art classes that would be beneficial for me, that would be fun for me, instead of me focusing on a class that helps me with my GPA and my rank itself, but does not help me prepare for any post-secondary plans that I might have once I leave the high school set.
I have a question, like, what I'm understanding is the kids, since they're freshmen, carry this, they start with their credits and they build up to as they get to their senior year. So once they get to be seniors, what's the formula? What kind of system are we using? The GPA and the weight, how do we take into account? How does that work?
That's where our counselors do a lot of credit checks, and luckily we have Ms. Bolich here that can definitely let you know exactly what the process that they take, which is a lot of revision, because it all depends on the class that they take, the grade that they get, multiplied by the weight of the class, depends on, we'll let you know where you, the higher obviously the grade and the higher the weight of the class,
So we
is the
do
higher
it
the rank.
manually, or is it input into a computer? The
The
computer
system does it
it?
for us. The system does it for
The
us.
system.
Yeah, 'cause
Do we
then
have
it
a
would
name
be-
for the system that we use?
eSchool?
eSchool. Oh, okay. The eSchool is the one who does it
Correct,
for us.
correct.
eSchool Solutions. Okay.
Mhm.
And because of this ransomware attack that we had in December, have we verified and just made sure that there were no, movements or anything going on that could have changed any kind of scores or anything on there? Everything was backed up. So everything that's there is correct.
There was no loss of data on the ransomware. Everything was backed up right before the ransomware hit, and we restored right to that point. So we verified that there was no changes.
Okay. Now, do you think it would be statistically probable or possible if, let's say, a child, my daughter, let's just say, for example, she's going to be a senior this year. I don't even know what rank she is. Let's just say, hopefully, she's top 10, let's say number 10. Is it possible for her, if I push her, do they have enough time during that last senior year to jump people and they do have time as seniors to do that?
Yes.
It's all going to depend on the classes that they took that particular year. I'm sorry, I don't know if you want to do that.
No, it's difficult, Mrs. Munoz, to answer that question, but yes, mathematically and statistically, it is possible. A lot of parents sometimes will ask, like, what classes should my child take and what grade do they need? it's hard because you can't discuss what everybody else is taking, and we don't know what grade the child's going to earn. So mathematically and statistically, yes, that could be possible. You can have one student who gets 100 straight across and is taking AP classes. So remember, you're going to multiply that 100 by 1.25 versus a student who's taking a regular class and maybe earned a 94 and 98, and you're going to see the difference.
So these upcoming seniors, if they really want to work hard and get to the top, it's not a good idea for this last year to have any off periods or have any fine arts or athletic periods if they really want to weigh their GPA heavily.
Again, it just depends what
just wanna
all
make
the
sure
other
parents know
students are
that.
doing, right? Yes.
And also, it depends on their graduation requirements, because they have to have health, and there's no weight to health nor speech. So everybody has a certain amount of things that they can't weight, right? Well, speech they can take dual. I take that back. So it just depends on what they have left to take versus what everybody else close to them has left to take, how far apart they are numerically, and sometimes it's hundredths of a point. So it has happened many times. The top 10 gets shaken up. Number 1 and number 2 have switched before. In our school, that's happened just once, but it's happened. It's possible.
I know, I think some seniors are on certain plans where they're off, or they can, because they finished, they can be off for a couple of periods.
Yes.
And
So
that's
it's a better idea for them to not be off because if they really want to, like, once again, weigh it
all-
down.
Yes, it all depends, obviously, the interest of the student. If they want to definitely move forward because they want to have a job or whatever, that's going to be obviously their
Right.
choice. But if they want to continue, and because for the class of 2021 and 2022, right now, because all courses can be used as weight, it's going to be up to them, obviously with the advice of the counselor, as to which route they would like to pursue or which route they would like to take.
Thank
I
you
think
for
what-
explaining.
I think what you're saying, Jackie, or what she's saying is now taken into effect for the 2023 class.
Correct.
You can have periods off and because you've competed or because you've taken similar classes, and that's where, I know realistically there can be changes, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you've seen this, Ms. Bolich, jump from number 10 to number 3. I mean, that's 7 slots, 6,
Not usually that much.
it's
But
maybe a 1 or 2, 3
Yes.
trade-off. So that is possible, but a senior student can still have classes off, and as long as they've taken those weighted classes now that have been designated, it's not going to go into affect them as it would have before.
Now, this upcoming senior class that they're about to be seniors, at the end of the year, they will not know their rankings still because we're not going to do this new system with them yet. So they're still going to be under that, I want to say, the stress or anxiety of, oh, where am I going to be? Are we thinking about their mental and social,
and-
health how are we going to, I guess, prepare for that? Should we do away with that or do something different?
So
For this
they
upcoming year?
know because they all our juniors, next year's graduating class, they each had a parent-student conference. We call those junior conferences going
Yes, I
into
had
their
one.
senior years. So they're aware of that. We would love to be able to say the last day of school, here's your ranking, juniors. But realistically, grades are due at 4:00 that last day, work day, and then counselors again have to go in there. We have students that need to go to summer school. They need to work on those grades. So we don't get any of that information until the fall. And that's when the counselors, again, they have to go through that whole process that Ms. Foley shared with us. But no, and our counselors are very good. They support the students. They talk to the students. The teachers work well, the administrators, and they know, yes, we do have students that are under a lot of stress and they're very competitive, and we encourage that. But that was one of the visions that we had for the class of 2023 and thereafter, so that we could lessen that stress. And then they're just competing with myself. I want to get a 100 and above so that I can be recognized at graduation as a summa cum laude graduate. And we want to recognize these students at the beginning. Just like right now, we recognize the top 25 before we proceed from A through Z. The idea is that's what we want to do for graduation for this 2023 class and thereafter. So they still get that special recognition but we're not all wanting to get up there and do that, the whole billboard and all that.
Not only that, but students get the opportunity of knowing their GPA, but they do not know their rank. You know what I mean? So they know their GPA. You know what I mean? David Gamboa will know what the GPA is, but David Gamboa will not know his rank their senior year until we have the honors banquet or the honors assembly that we had this particular year, where we're able to identify number 1, number 25, 24, 23, all the way and so forth. That's why when they were lining up, you see them moving all over the place because we just put them in order, in alphabetical order. We don't put them in numerical order.
Thank
But-
you for clarifying.
And again, it all depends, we talk about stress, right? Or they have stress, but it depends what their goals are. If your goal is just to be in the top 10, just for the picture, that's not a good goal. But if you want to be in the top 10 because you want to go to a major university to major in something, then yes. But a goal for students should be, you know what? I need to score as high as I can in the PSAT or SAT or ACT, and automatically you get free tuition. So the stress comes by each individual student, because they want to be number 1 or they want to be number 2. But what are the payoffs for being at the top 10? Like I said before, it's automatic admission to UT, to Texas A&M, to those colleges. And yes, they put the stress on themselves, but parents put the stress on them too, right? Yeah, but it happens. But that's, I like the idea because that way you relieve some stress on those students.
Yes. Like in a university, then when you graduate, that's what it is. It's
Okay.
magna summa cum laude. And you don't know where you end up, but you know what your GPA is. And
All right.
that's a good idea.
Thank you
And
for the
even
information.
Elementaries right now are acknowledging the students with a summa cum laude, the magna cum laude, so that by the time they reach the high school level, they already have an idea as to what all that
Right.
means. They
Correct.
have been prepared as they have moved forward.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for the information.
Yes. For the information. Hey,
Okay, all right. That would take us to item 4. Discussion on social, emotional learning and wellness tentative plans for 2021, 2022. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, social emotional learning is an important component of our complete educational program. As we come back from the pandemic, not only this summer, but next year, it's going to be really important that we have a plan in place with actionable items that we can take to help our students, help our staff, and help each other as we transition back and as we make up any learning loss and any other thing that was missed out during the pandemic. So Mrs. Janie Pena has been taking the lead and working with various staff members on social emotional learning. We had a training today for teachers on the topic, and she will present our tentative plans. We're open to feedback. We're still fleshing this piece out. So Mrs. Pena.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Canales. I'm going to talk to you first about what social emotional learning is. So it'll make a little bit of sense and what we want to do and where we're going to go from here. So SEL, as you probably heard it called, social emotional learning, is a big part of education and human development. It is the process through which all young people and adults acquire and apply their knowledge, skills, attitudes to develop healthy identities, manage emotions, like the bullying type thing, achieve personal and collective goals, feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain supportive relationships, make responsible and caring decisions. So these are some of the things that identify social emotional learning. And as you all can probably see, a lot of this starts when they're young, when they're at home. It starts with the parents and everybody else that surrounds them. And then they go on to school and learn more from their teachers. Next slide. So then in 1994, CASEL was created, which is the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning. And a gentleman by Dr. Weisberg et al., they identified a set of 5 core areas that or clusters of the social emotional competencies. They are self-awareness, which includes something very important, and that's identifying emotions. I'm angry, I'm sad, I'm happy, those emotions. And it goes on to explain more, recognizing your strengths, having self-confidence. They also identified social awareness, which includes empathy, respect for others, responsible decision-making, which includes a reflection. It includes a problem solving, solving your problems. How do I go about this? It makes you a stronger person. Self-management includes goal setting, organizational skills, impulse control, stress management, which I'm still learning. No, I'm kidding. Relationship skills includes communication skills, social engagement, relationship building, teamwork. So these are very key, right? The relationship skills are very key for the campuses, for schools. The next one. So learning is more than just academics. Learning at school isn't just sit here and let's learn. Take in everything I'm going to tell you. It's a lot more than that. Why? Because if the student isn't feeling well socially, emotionally, or social emotionally, then that student is not going to be academic or successfully in they're not going to be successful in academics. Students struggle to be in their learning mode when at home there's problems, when they're filled with uncertainty. And that's especially relevant right now because of COVID. They've been at home for so long, and there may have been things happening at home. So just as students' academic skills need to be taught and nurtured, so do their social and emotional skills. To help students build stronger social emotional skills, we here at WISD are increasing the number of SEL lessons weekly, daily, and or as needed. And I know our teachers are going to be addressing a lot of these issues every day. So what we are doing, what we're looking at is elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools for our students. How are we going to address the needs? We are very fortunate that several years ago, we started the Leader in Me program, which teaches the 7 habits. But it's not just about leadership, it's about SEL. It contains a lot of SEL. So they're going to have daily lessons. SEL will be built into the culture lessons, which are part of the Leader in Me. They are going to involve the campus counselor and all the teachers on the campus. So the counselor will come in the morning and talk to all the students and do an activity with all the students. And then throughout the day, the teachers will continue. So the lessons teach leadership, student empowerment and motivation, academics, and achieving goals. Middle school, we started Leader in Me a couple of years ago. Fortunately, all our middle school campuses are involved with the Leader in Me. They all teach it, and all our teachers are involved with it. So it'll be used at the middle school level as well to help our students deal with their physical and social environment through the culture lessons and the other activities. Culture lessons address their physical and social emotional environments. And students will be motivated and empowered. Now at the high school, they do not have Leader in Me, but they do have the FAS period, the Family Advocacy System class. Students meet once a week for 30 minutes with their FAS teacher throughout the entire year. Lessons and discussions on social emotional skills will be embedded. That's what they're going to be doing throughout the year. And students who have bigger issues, anxiety, depression, the big stuff, they'll be referred to their counselor or the campus social worker for further assistance, because at that point then they contact the parents and maybe recommend them to an outside agency. Okay, so for staff and students, okay, we talked about students, now we're talking about staff. At the campus level, we would like to bring motivational speakers. We've already started looking at some. You want to double click on motivational speakers, Mr. Aguilar? So there's one in particular that we started looking at, Derek Clark, who is a really good, really great motivational speaker that can inspire students to take responsibility, right, for the direction that their lives are taking. But also what's important is that he motivates the kids, but then it's the teachers who are going to be working with the students after that. The teachers are the ones that are going to help them reach their goals as far as SEL is concerned. So we're talking about reducing bullying. We're talking about students being more responsible, being more tolerant, and so forth. Okay, thank you. As far as motivational speakers, they'll help our teachers as well to give them the skills so that they can help our students. You know, sometimes we don't know what to do with a kid who's a bully. We don't know what to do with a child who is having a lot of issues with not being able to build relationships with other students or be a team leader and so on. Also, it's to help students learn how to manage their emotions and help students to learn how to become victors and not victims. Leadership consultants, this is another facet. Leadership consultants will work with students long-term. So what we can do at the campus level is identify those students who need more help and they would benefit from group sessions or maybe even individual sessions to identify their issues that impede their academic success. Also, leadership consultants follow a curriculum which addresses pandemic issues such as stress, anxiety, depression, and fear of failure by focusing on the skills like goal setting, self-care, and self-motivation. So, you know, I know that it's sometimes going to be very difficult to help the teacher. So we're looking at a couple of things to help teachers with their social emotional needs as well. So what we're going to do, I think it's set for June 9th and 10th, we'll be training our campus administrators during a leadership summit on the social emotional activities to help them and to help the teachers, that activities they can use when they go back to work and they can use to help teachers. We're looking at motivational speakers for the teachers. Also in September, we would like to bring an online program. We are currently looking at Apex Suite 360. You can click on that one too. There's social emotional learning specifically designed for teachers. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a way for us to get in. Can you go down a little lower? There's for students, parents, and staff to help them move forward during this time. So we're looking at that. We're looking also at another program called Ripple Effects. Ripple Effects has all the way from pre-K to staff. We really like the pre-K one. It's just really, really neat program for our students, for the pre-Kers. They have a mechanical dog that they can talk to, and the dog kind of helps to nurture the kids. Songs for them to sing and how to become teammates and friends and so on. So a lot of use for those programs. And then in October, October and throughout the year, we hope to have one of these programs in place, either Apex Suite 360 or Ripple Effects. We hope to have it in place so that our teachers can use those programs when they feel that they have a need for it. Now, this to me is very important too, the needs of our administrators. You know, as a principal, I tell the principals, you get it from everywhere. You have to oversee students, then you have parents that come and talk to you and or upset, something's going on, central office. So the poor principal is getting it from everywhere. And so we'd like to do a 2-day training on SEL with team building activities and activities to help them with their social emotional skills. So then after that, what we're looking at is developing activities to help our principals. So at every principal's meeting, we would like to do a 15-minute activity with them on social emotional learning. And then as they learn these activities, they can take them back to the campus and help their teachers with these activities during their campus meetings or faculty meetings. Okay, are there any questions?
No, you explained very well, and I think at every level, the teachers are in charge of the students and their learning, and they're being taken care of through these trainings. And the administrators, I was thinking, okay, and what about the administrators? And you have trainings and things set up for them. So it's great that you're thinking about everybody in there, because we all have our social emotional needs, and it's a ripple effect like that program. So that's great to see.
Well addressed. Thank you. Anything else?
Motivational speakers, that's, I noticed we're waiting till August. Is there any time, in between there where we can work them in there? Maybe even, as Ms. Peña was talking, what about when we have those, all the freshmen, when the freshmen sign up, I don't know if we're gonna have something like that this year?
For the
Fish camp?
the fish camps, I think they've already taken place. Usually March, April, if at all, because of COVID. I don't know if they brought the students in or not.
They'll bring the freshmen
In August.
Right. So we
That
we
may be
can
a
check
time
on
to
that.
reach out to them.
Yeah, definitely. I think that would be a good time to have somebody speak to the kids. Definitely.
Even in, for the percentage that still may want to be at home, have it available virtually for them, but,
Yeah.
I know we have that auditorium there where you can hold a large number, even if we have to break it into 2 groups or something, just, I don't know, just
To kick it off.
throw them out
Hmm.
from the
Yeah.
homes back into the schools.
Yeah.
We'll look at all that.
Good point. Okay, well, thank you, Jane. Item 5, discussion on the CHARS School Health and Related Services Program. Dr. Canales?
This is another topic that we wanted to discuss and present some information to you and see if you have any questions and or feedback. It looks like Mr. Neil Garza will be taking the lead on this one. He's before a microphone now and taking off his mask, so I think he's ready. It's a relief.
Good evening. How you all doing? Basically, I'm not sure how much you've heard of or how familiar you are with it. SHARS, essentially what it stands for, School Health and Related Services. And it's a reimbursement program that's run jointly it's overseen by TA, but it's run by the Texas Department of Health and Human Services. And it allows school districts to obtain reimbursement for certain services that are provided to students who receive special ed services. And there are certain requirements that need to be met in order to qualify for the program. To begin with, the students have to have a disability, and student IEP documents a need for the allowable service. And so those are 2 important points there, because the kid has to be in special education, and the documentation itself, and the needle moves from year to year in terms of what the auditors look for. And when we say IEP, it's the entire document that's created for students in special education that deals with the goals and the services that students receive. And obviously the student has to have Medicaid in order to qualify for the program. And the student's parent has provided written consent allowing the district to access the student's public benefits, because that's a critical point, because parents aren't under any obligation whatsoever to provide consent, because these are services that we're required to provide by law, whether they provide the consent to access their public benefits or not. We can move on to the next slide. Some of the services covered by the SHARS include the occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech therapy, counseling services, psychological services, transportation services, nursing services, and personal care services. The bulk of the services come under personal care services. And what you'll see is the kid's got to be present to provide that service. And so in terms of the revenue for SHARS, that's obviously something that's impacted, not just for personal care services, but but everything else, because a lot of some of the services we've had to provide virtually, and it's proved challenging. And we can move along. The building, the districts utilize outside companies to process the building. Every single school district does. That Weslaco ISD utilizes Houston ISD. The rates are competitive. Could be in the past, they weren't necessarily, but competition's a good thing. And so with the advent of competition, they rose and dropped down their prices. And there's various companies out there, and some of them have done it for a very long time. Others not quite as long. And so we sat down and we looked at various companies, not this year, but last year. And again, part of what you look at is the track record too, because the worry is you don't want to get in the middle of something and you don't know if the company's going to make it or not. And that's not any sort of slam on anybody that is trying to be enterprising and start a new business. It's just, I thought we owe to the district to be cautious and say whenever we make a switch or consider making a switch, we do so with somebody who's got a track record. One of the main things that, because I'll hear the company say this, we'll bring in more money. And quite honestly, to me, that's a bit offensive, because it's not the efforts of the company that bring in the money. It's the effort of our people, our staff. We can move on. And when you see all this fuzzy math, that means Andres is taking over.
Evening. Mr. Coya, members of the board, Dr. Canales. I included 2 slides related to special education, revenues and expenditure, because that's where SHARS fits. And the first chart shows all the revenue that we have in the district that affect special education. And I included 3 years. I want to choose the last column, fiscal year 2019-2020. We have a state allocation allotment from the state, which is $10,436,000. Besides that, for the 1920 year, we received a grant from Region 20, San Antonio, of $33,797. We also received SHARS revenues of $1,032,759. This is the amount that we received during the fiscal year. The total of that is $11,503,038. That's the total amount of revenue that we have for special education. Next slide, please.
Why,
Yes,
why
sir.
was there a decrease there from 1.8850082?
It depends on this is the money, the way we receive it. So we submit our expenditures, and then the state people, the auditor, they look at it, they check with us on some items, and sometimes there's adjustments done, less activity going on, and we get the money right away. We get like half.
This is all
percent.
reimbursements, though, right?
Yes, yeah.
Andres,
Yes, sir.
let me ask a question. Did the COVID-19 kicked in 2019-2020 school year, that impact the services we were able to provide directly to students? Okay.
Yes, it did.
Now, when you say audit, I'm thinking, okay, CPA accountants, you go to different accountants. One accountant might get you more credits or more reimbursements than another accountant. We all do, your income tax, and, go with this accountant. They might get you more money back than the other guy, because they might
Right.
know a little bit more loopholes of this and that. So basically, when we say the companies don't give us money, it's us. That to a certain extent, it's true, but there are people who work specifically to find ways to, hey, you can do this, you can claim this, you can do here and there. Is
Right.
that not what they can do to help us?
Well,
The companies that do the billing
The billing,
specifically,
yeah.
there's not a lot of to choose between them in terms of what they offer, because what you're able to do or not able to do is pretty well defined. Now, when you say audit, we're taking an additional step, because it's not necessarily the companies that are billing that are doing the audit. The actual state and the Texas Department of Health and Human Services conduct audits.
Right.
And it's something, honestly, that they ignored for years. But the last couple of years, they've been making the rounds of districts saying, are you billing correctly? Do you have all this documentation in place? Might you potentially have to give some money back and things of that nature? We were actually on the hook for an audit last year, and the pandemic sort of wiped that out, which I didn't take as bad news at all. But the pandemic, obviously, the fact that they weren't going to be able to audit, they'll be here one day. Maybe not this year, but next year.
Mr. Garza, so it may repeat, part of your question also added, can some of these companies who help determine the billables and the reimbursements also have a component to them where they actually look at opportunities for us to provide additional services?
They all do.
They all do? Okay. For reimbursement.
Good. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide shows the actual expenditures done for special education, and it's funded by local, state, and the SHARS funds, which are federal. The row that I have in green, this is the amount that we're required to spend from the state allotment. Out of the amount that I mentioned of $10,436,000, we're supposed to spend 55% for direct expenditures for the students, special ed, which is $5,741,000 rounded. Now, that's how much we're supposed to spend. The actual amount we spend is $10,973,524. That's the actual amount we spent for the 2019-2020 year. That amount, from that, we used the grant from Region 20 of $33,797. Then we used all the money we got from SHARS of $1,032,759, and the remaining amount is $9,974,000. That amount is between state and local funds from the state on special education. So the money, the two grants, SHARS and the other one, we use them all, and the rest is the state and local funds. Yes, ma'am.
So this last year, 2019, 2020, I'm seeing here the net is 9.9 million is what we had for special ed.
No.
Is that correct? Is that right?
No, that is the amount that we spent from the money from the state.
I mean, we spent that money,
Yeah,
is what I meant, 9.9.
Yeah.
And where did we spend that in special ed? I mean, was it the services,
Services.
the,
Everything we provide. See, like, if you go back to the green row of $5,000,007, that is the amount we're supposed to spend, especially. We always, for years, we have always spent more than the amount we require. We almost use the whole amount in special education.
so this includes occupational therapy, physical therapy, our teachers that are on
And
the
salary
special ed?
for teachers, teacher aides, for
Okay.
stipends for them, services for children, the consultant that we pay for. and those-
Equipment for the kids, anything like that?
Yeah, it's all related to special education, yes. And this continue to go. And we have here, like I said, pay raises, salaries, and with the pay raises that we get every year, those increase. And we're supposed to maintain the same level of effort for the state and the local funds. We cannot spend less. The only time when they allow us to spend less on special education is if we have less students. Students graduate and we don't have more students in special education in, then we can justify why we spent less money. But usually the amount go up and up and up. So you'll see the second row, the 17-18 year was 10.4 million, 18-19 was 10.9, and 19-20 again 10.9. They're pretty close. So we use most of the money from the state and the SHARS money and 19-20, the money that we got from Region 20. We used it all there.
Now I'm thinking about the consultants, for example,
Yes.
whatever consultants we're using for special ed. They're also required to give us their paperwork of whatever they're doing with the kids that is billable so that we can send it to get reimbursed, correct? Just
Yes,
like
sir.
we require of the
Mhm. Yes.
in-house staff?
Correct.
Okay.
Then we will move on to the next slide. Go back to you, Mr. Garza.
Okay.
Thank you.
Some of the services that you saw there are provided by our in-house people, and some are provided by contracted. And I probably got the slides mixed up here, but here's just the pros and cons for in terms of if we went the route of in-house therapy, meaning hiring our own employees versus going with contracted. And there I put the pros and the cons. So the pros for in-house employees is you establish continuity because the people stay around for a while, better able to establish relationships with staff, students, and parents, more immediate follow-up with any concerns that may arise. And now the cons for in-house is it may prove a little more costly. There's been times a couple of years ago, Mr. Sanchez and I took a pencil to things. And so the numbers didn't quite add up. There may be some services that the need may fluctuate from year to year. So even if it's a circumstance where you say, you know what, maybe you have a mixed bag where some of the services, we take a closer look at maybe providing them exclusively in-house versus some other services, because the number of students, it may not make sense to do it that way. And that takes us to our last slide. The method of service delivery for related services, physical therapy. We don't have any in-house employees that provide physical therapy. We've contracted that for that service for years. Most districts do. We have roughly about 60 students that receive that service. It's a very defined criteria. And typically, you don't have as many students receive physical therapy as you do the occupational therapy. And we'll get to that in a second. Interpreting services, we've contracted. And again, that's what makes sense to do, because there one year you may have 1 or 2 kids that need the interpreting service. Another year, you may not have anybody that needs that service. And even in the year that you don't have anybody that needs that service, sometimes you deal with parents who are deaf or hard of hearing, and they come to meetings. We've got to provide those services for those parents. Occupational therapy, it's been a combination of in-house and contracted. So we've had 2 in-house staff that are 2 certified occupational therapist assistants. One of them is retiring, so 1 position is vacant. So essentially, I guess the best way to describe it is half the load has been taken care of by in-house staff, and half the load has been taken care of by contracted staff. And so, actually I lied. We may actually have one more slide, and if we don't, I'll explain. Let's see. Is that it? We've come to the end of the trail. But the only thing I'll say there is typically in June is when we renew contracts. We go out every so many years for a request for qualifications for the occupational therapy services. We did that 2 years ago. A 2-year contract was awarded, with the district having the option to extend for an additional year. And so that's something where we're planning to bring to the board next June, as well as the physical therapy services, as well as the contract for the interpreting services.
Compared to other districts our size or with our caseload, do they have an in-house occupational therapist?
It's a mixed bag, and really, I can't say unequivocally that every single district will, but every single district has at least 1 person, and some take care of the services 100%, and some it's a mixed bag like us, where they're taking care of a percentage of it, and then they contract for the rest of the service. So it's really a mixed bag, but most districts seem to have at least 1 person, and there are a few that take care of everything in-house.
Do you think a lot of the cases that we have right now are ready to be, how often do those kids stay in there, and are some ready to be signed off and say, okay, you're ready to go? How long do we hold on to these kids?
Well,
in these services?
That's a good question, because sometimes what you give to start with, it's tough to take away. And that's also one of the benefits to perhaps having some in-house department taking care of completely the occupational therapy needs, because whereas I said the physical therapy, there's very defined criteria. My own opinion is with occupational therapy, it's a little more subjective. And I'm not accusing anybody of anything, and saying that perhaps if we had in-house people, the tendency might be to look a little more carefully at whether the kids would actually need it. And in saying that, in no way, shape, or form am I accusing anybody of anything.
Right. No, and I'm thinking like you. I'm not saying anybody's doing that, but I'm thinking, the business and okay, well, if I can hold on to them a little bit longer.
I get it.
I just want to make sure.
Might it skew with some judgment? If the
Right.
scales are close, tip it one way or the other? Possibly.
Right. Okay. That's what my question would be also.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
My question would be if we can do the math to see if it is less expensive for us to hire somebody in-house and keep somebody there.
Mr.
instead of
Trivian, yes,
contracting
we did
services.
the math, and we reached the same conclusion. It was going to be a little more expensive going completely in-house.
It's going to be more expensive to have 1 person in-house than the consultant?
If we'd have to fully staff our needs, for instance, we have 1 certified occupational therapist assistant. We had 2, one's retiring. And so in order to meet the complete in-house needs, we'd need to, first of all, replace that position, but we'd need 2 additional positions. And I've sat down with our staff. So essentially what we have is our staff's taking care of half the load and the contracted people are taking care of the other half the load.
I'd like to see if we can get a number of the kids who actually are ready to, because obviously this last year was, it was hard. Maybe we have, I don't know, I'm just guessing like 400 kids and we actually need.
We're close,
200.
370.
Yeah,
We're
so
close.
maybe just get a number of exactly how many kids do we actually need the service and how many are ready to, I guess, graduate,
Yeah,
and then make an informed decision.
sure.
from there.
And it's difficult because it's very subjective opinion.
Yeah, it is. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you so much, Mr. Garza.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Item 6, adjournment. The time now is 6:40. And we are adjourned from the board workshop. Do we need a I'm Armando Cuellar Jr., President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This special board meeting is being conducted pursuant to Governor Greg Abbott's suspension of certain open meeting law requirements to the extent necessary to allow for telephonic and video conference meetings in response to COVID-19. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by use of Google Meets and telephone transmissions, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 6:41, and I call this meeting to order. I'll now begin the roll call. Base board member, signify your presence by saying aye or present when I call your name. Andrew Gonzalez,
Present.
Jackie Susaita,
Present.
Isidoro Nieto,
Present.
Jose Treviño, present. Mark de los Santos,
Present.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum of members in attendance. Item 3, public comments. Item 4, discussion and possible action for the board to approve revisions to the Weslaco ISD compensation plan for fiscal year 2020, 2021 to reflect Director of Athletics, Director of Safety and Security Professional, and Director of Guidance and Counseling, College, Career, and Military Readiness. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, the 2020-2021 compensation plan was approved by the board on August 24th, 2020 at a special called board meeting. I'm requesting revisions to that plan, the 2020-2021 compensation plan, to reflect the Director of Athletics, Director of Safety and Security Professional, and Director of Guidance and Counseling, College, Career, and Military Readiness. These titles were not in the compensation plan for this current school year. We currently have vacancies that we would like to fill, and thus we need to place these in the compensation plan for this year prior to you approving the compensation plan for the 2021-2022 school year. So we are recommending that you approve the revisions to the compensation plan for those directors.
So move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Mr. Nieto
Second.
and a second by Mr.
De Los Santos.
Mr. Los Santos. Yeah. To approve the revisions to the Weslaco ISD compensation plan for the fiscal year 2021 to reflect Director of Athletics, Director of Safety, Security, Professional, and Director of Guidance and Counseling, College, Career, Military Readiness. Do we have any discussion?
I had a question for the superintendent.
Yes.
Dr. Canales, I know we had. Hello? Okay, there. Dr. Canales, I had talked to you before about the previous compensation plan that was approved back in August of 2020. And where we are with that, as far as it being posted online, the compensation plan being available online and to the public, and also all board approved stipends. I know we had discussed that before.
Follow up on that, Mr. Los Santos. One of the reasons Weslaco ISD had not previously posted it online, as I was told, the district prided itself on being one of the best paying in terms of salaries to staff, among the region, and that they were kind of shy from putting it on. But if it is the board's wishes that we put it on the website, we can easily do that. There's no legal requirements for us to have it on or off. It was just to stay competitive in recruiting the best staff. We had shied away in the past from advertising it.
Okay. That's why I wanted to bring it up, because I hadn't had a chance to discuss it with everyone else, but a lot of districts have it posted, usually under their HR department or under forms or documents, and though it's public. So I just noticed that Weslaco ISD doesn't have it public, and I had talked to Dr. Canales about that as far as why that wasn't posted on there online. But I guess that's something maybe we discuss all together later, I guess.
And then we can make decisions for the future. This is the way that we want to do it. But you're right, it's open to the public, and you can have it on, or you don't have to have it up.
On the qualifications for the athletic director, I just want to make sure I understand the wording here. It says,
Hold on, let me pull that one out. We did have a slight change. I had time to review these over the weekend with Mrs. Vargas, so we have some changes to the descriptions. Some of them were just punctuations that we corrected, and others, after looking at TASB again and working on them, made some changes on them that I can share with you. I believe you do have them in your binder, but I think your binder is not with you right now. But I will answer any clarification questions right now, but you may not have what I have.
okay, I just wanted to say the valid teaching certificate in physical education kinesiology endorsements preferred. So by having the word preferred there, it's not a requirement or mandatory. That means that it leaves it open for other possibilities, right?
Right, so what we have for the Director of Athletics under education certification are 4 things: a bachelor's degree from accredited college or university, first; a valid Texas teaching certificate, second; a master's degree in education administration, preferred; and a Texas principal or other appropriate administrative Texas certificate, preferred. Those are the 4 things that we have. Oh, and a valid Texas teaching certificate with physical education kinesiology endorsement, preferred.
Correct. And then, so I just want to make sure that that we don't have anything in there that's going to disqualify somebody because they may not have those things. I understand to prefer these things, but let's say we're talking about myself, who does not have a master's, and if I wanted to apply for something like this, not that I am, but
Coach, are you applying?
I'd be disqualified, but I think I'd be more than qualified for
Right.
to be an athletic director. So I just don't want to have any restrictions on the possibility for good people to
Correct.
apply when the time comes.
Correct. So with the preferred, so what we do is we look at all the applicants and we sort them. These applicants meet everything included preferred, and then we look at all the applicants who meet the required. If it doesn't say preferred, it's required, and the preferred, and we put them, and then we put them together and consider those.
Thank you very much. Is there any more discussion? Okay, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye or no when I call your name. Yes, sir.
I have this question for the Director of Safety and Security. And I noticed the qualifications there. We are not, since you mentioned it, Doctor, we are a well-paying district. Why not have those those qualifications in place then? I know we previously discussed, for instance, in that position, bachelor's degree, maybe even a master's degree. And I know we don't have criminal justice there / criminal justice degree. But, I'm along the lines a little different than Coach there, what he's talking about on for AD. yes, it's preferred, but I think we are a large district, and having qualifications like that, only brings better, not, I don't want to say better because like you said, Coach, I mean, you could do the job, no problem, right? But we are a high-paying district, and I think with the pay that I think we need to expect or need to consider bringing in people that are equally prepared for those positions through education-wise. So I'm all for masters. I'm all for masters here on this position here on the Director of Safety and Security.
I'm going to agree with you. I was thinking along the same lines. They're highly sought after positions, obviously. It's a big step in pay for many people, and the morale around that we want to set is, hey, well, I have a master's degree or I have a doctorate. Or yes, I'm not saying no one's better than anybody else, but to set the bar to just to have it competitive, obviously. And it's highly sought after. Like he says, you want to have great candidates. And that doesn't mean that somebody with a bachelor's is not a great candidate. They obviously are too. But it's just a big pay increase. And I think that setting that requirement is a good, it's for the morale too, for others. It's like many people, well, it's not fair. I'm high. Why did I go to college and do this? And I'm getting paid way less than him or her. So I think it's a good idea also to.
Yeah, so for this job description, it does not have, we could put a master's preferred. It does not have on the current job description, the way we have it, and using the TASB model which we kind of use because they had a chief of police that we used for that. We have bachelor's degree, but we can put master's degree preferred. And that would just, it's just a preferred, we could add that one to this one because this is still in draft form. We want to finalize it so that, and we'll make the determination to finalize it with staff before we post it. So we can take that feedback.
Yeah, and it'll keep a consistency with our expectations for the employees for these positions that we have there, The key word is to have it as a preference, preferred, because we still don't want to limit a lot of good people out there that may not have that. You understand what I'm saying, right? So, yep.
Just like we
Okay.
did with some of the things under the Director of Athletics.
And just as a side note, because I was going through I always go through our WISD webpage, and I noticed how some departments have the director, the picture of the director and their staff. And then you go to other departments and there's absolutely no information on who the director is, no pictures. And I go to other districts and it's pretty consistent, the directors, the pictures. So it's a good idea to have, just so that other people can see on WISD, this is who our director is, this is the picture, the visuals.
The face.
Right, to have it consistent in every department because the departments are very different on the website.
Okay. Now let's take it to a vote. Mr. Andrew Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mrs. Taita?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
And Dr. Rodriguez? Motion carries. Item 5, closed meeting to discuss personnel matters, Texas Government Code 551.074. 1, employment of personnel, certified professional and non-contractual personnel. 2, resignations. 3, deliberation regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. Texas Government Code 551.074 and 551.071. A, superintendent's recommendation for the position of fine arts director. B, consultation with attorney regarding A, pending or contemplated litigation, B, a settlement offer, or C, a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the Weslaco ISD under the Texas disciplinary rules for professional conduct of the Texas Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with Chapter 551 of Texas Government Code 551.071. The time now is 6:54, and we will go into closed session. is 9:44. And we have reconvened to the open meeting. Item 6. A, possible action if necessary on items discussed in closed meeting. 1, discussion and possible action on new employment, certified professional and non-contractual personnel. Dr. Canales.
Recommend that you approve the employment of certified professional and non-contractual personnel as discussed in closed session.
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. Nieto
And the second.
and a second by Mr. Los Santos. Let's take it to a vote. And signify your approval by saying aye. Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Nieto?
Aye.
Jose Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
And Dr. Rodriguez? Motion carries. 2, discussion and possible action on resignations, Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, I ask that you approve the resignations that discussed in closed session.
Make a motion.
We
Second.
have a motion by
Mr. Trevino.
Mr. Trevino, coach. And do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Nieto. Take it to a vote. Approval by saying aye. Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Ms. Jackie?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Jose Trevino?
Aye.
De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 3, discussion and possible action on superintendent's recommendation for the position of fine arts director. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, I'm asking that you approve the recommendation for Director of Fine Arts, and the individual is Christopher Javier Fernandez.
We have a motion by Mr. Los Santos
Second.
and a second by Coach Trevino. Let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye. Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Ms. Jackie?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Coach Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. That takes us to item 7, adjournment.
So moved.
So moved. The time now is 9:47. We are adjourned.